我们主要是告诉一下大家，此刻我们目前这里的情况，现在所有的人都很关注。我们想问一下，我们昨天岳阳这个，你们是这个岳阳民兵是吗？对。昨天我们是几点来的呢？
Welcome to Hunan with CGTN New Media. Right now, we're bringing you the latest from Dongting Lake. Right now, we are on a boat, and that's also a boat with rescuers. And right now, we are approaching to the different villages to find the trapped people, and we should make sure that our safety, and we also with rescuers to find any left people trapped in different villages. And a dike of Dongting Lake in central China's Hunan province burst on Friday afternoon. Right now, the rescue and relief work is still underway. And the rescuers worked around the clock because started from yesterday evening we saw the rescuers with the assault boats came in and out for many times. And also for rescuers, the firefighters, they also from different places gathered here around the Dongting Lake, because right now you could see that we only could see that the ceiling of the households, the houses. So for different villages, it accommodated different number of households. Yesterday, around 5,000 people evacuated to safer place. The depths of water, I believe that's more than 3 meters. So we should be careful. So you could see that although we're on the boat, on board the boat, but still you could see there are a lot of different and difficult, dangerous situations. So I should really hold tight. So the mission for rescuers this time is we try to go different places to find any remaining people trapped in their house. And I also saw whistles, right? Yes, I see here. Because we will also to make some sound and that people can hear us. So we have different batches and we worked in a shift. And we're also in charge of different places to carry out the relief and rescue work. So the work, we arrived here for the very first batch. That's around 5:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon, and we worked till right now. This time, respect your hard work. We know right now the situation is still very serious and in a quite severe and dangerous situation. I believe that the majority of the people here actually all evacuated. Yes, most of them evacuated already yesterday evening. But still, in case of anyone left at home, any situation, so we also made a different the trips, especially for the elderly people. They may not want to leave their home, so we also try to persuade them. We told them this is quite a dangerous situation. So for elderly people especially, we understood that emotion, but still we try to persuade them to evacuate. So let's also take our viewers to look at our surrounding situation. you could see that the ceilings of different houses. So you could tell as this place actually is very flooded. The houses are all flooded, underwater. So you could tell the situation here is very severe. And also you could see these lines, that's the grate. And that's the cable. So if you could see that this the a pole, that's the wear pole, you could tell as utility poles, you could tell how depth the water is. So this is quite a challenging situation. He himself had made 3 trips to evacuate 5 people. So for that 5 people, can we get more information? So we talk about elderly people. They did not want to leave their house. And we also talk about the elderly people with a younger one at home, so they could not really leave home by themselves. And also people think that they live in a 2 or 3 floor houses. If they just stay at the highest level of their houses, they could be fine. So when we found them, they actually sitting at the top level of their houses. So in the evening, we use our head lighting, different lightings to help us to locate and find people still in their house. Yes, local government actually take care of the people evacuated from this place. So the weather here in Yueyang, Huarong, you could see this is a very sunny day. The temperature is around approaching to 40 degrees Celsius. We could see the firefighters and other militia forces work around the clock, especially in that very tough situation. So the area we're in charge of, that's around 50 kilometers. So the situation we talk about, that the situation of the dike bursten happened around 4:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon. And for the rescue forces, we arrived the scene in different batches. So when did you arrive here? So for the very first batch, they arrived around 5 p.m. yesterday. Right now we have more than 300 forces from the local team. And we also receive help from the other places, the surrounding areas. So we also have a command center as well on site. So we have our different missions and the different areas we're in charge of. So here we could see another quite population. The high density places. So this morning we also we visit these places to find tribal people. So let's see for each visit, how long does it take for each trip, like this rescue trip? So that's around 1 hour. So especially for this kind of like quite the a popular density places, so you could see that there are a lot of like the households, the buildings. So we will visit for many times to see whether still someone still in their house. We make sure that all actually evacuated to a safer place. So we hope that we can rescue each and everyone trapped. So you can see here is also that they are quite key area for the rescue and relief work. You can see this is quite a new area with a lot of tall buildings. So you can see actually for different places the situation different and also very complex. So we actually searched this place for at least 2 times. So we searched one time yesterday evening and another time this morning. So for the animal husbandry, here you can see that ducks. And also we found some pigs this morning as well. So for moving animals, us need even larger boat. Is anyone inside? So you can see that we at whistling to make sure we keep our heads down. There's also a lot of the electric cables. So we need to really hold tight to keep ourselves safe, because that's still the boat actually also very shaking. And you could see here that judging from the surrounding houses, right now the depth of the water that's around 3 to 4 meters. And also for the safety consideration, the power supply also temporarily suspended to prevent secondary disaster. So let's look at this village. At the lower construction, we even could not see their ceilings, and for the tall ones, right now could see maybe that's a third floor. That's also the highest floor of storage.
好，那我们可以看到，哎，那个旁边还有，那是一条黑色的狗，啊，嗯，好，我们这个狗现在躲在这个最上边，啊，这个。
And also for animals, especially like dogs. So right now for animals, that later on we will help them to evacuate. So right now we first make sure that people, human being, first evacuated to a safer place, and then we will bring the animals also to head to a safer place.
好，这个地方，这头移一下啊，各位老师。
So we could understand that's why we need to visit these places for many times. You could see we have seen a lot of the houses. So that means that there are many people previously lived in these places. And also we received another piece of information. Another rescue team from Zhuzhou, the surrounding places, also arrived here and also participate in the rescue and relief work.
好，这个我们在这里讲说，在团州乡这个西村啊，这也是发现了有被困的群众，当时也是紧急的已经把他救出来了。
For Tuanzhou, so Tuanzhou Township, according to the knowledge I learned, so this village covers around the 50.1 square kilometers. Around that 25,600 people living here. The terrain is quite flat. So we tried to rescue dogs. So we talk about the situation here because a lot of people really curious want to know the people trapped here. When you arrived here yesterday, so for the first batch, that's around that 5. So we need to make sure that we also take care of ourselves when we're performing the rescue and relief work. So right now the depth of the water that at least 3 meters. So you also could see that the boat is also wobbling. And for the rescue and relief work, you may ask why that we need to came to the same places for many times. Actually, for majority of the people, we already evacuated them yesterday evening. And you could see here right now that the situation is here. You could see a lot of like the constructions that are flooded. The area here is around 50 square kilometers. And as of 10 p.m. on Friday, yesterday evening, and people started to evacuate it, and up till now, 5,755 residents of the affected area have been safely relocated, and no one was injured. So we could see elderly people here. We try to see whether can hear us or not. Because for elderly people, sometimes they could not really hear whistling. So let's see whether we can approach to a closer place. Let's try to reach the elderly person here. So let's see whether we can talk or reach that elderly person. So we try to approaching to the trapped elderly person and also make sure we are also safe. All right, we are right now in a quite a close place, and also right now we don't know whether that's the only person inside the house or there's still some only that one person. So the rescuers will try to get inside to check the situation. So be careful. So we try to talk to the elderly person. and to check the situation.
我们是否还要再进去一个人啊？
So be careful, be careful.
扶着啊！啊，我扶着，好。哎呀哎，手。来，你抬往身上过去吧。好，实在踩我手也可以。不动，你不动啊。好，不经我把船拉过来。好，把船我们往前拉一点，移到这样的一个窗口。
So for the elderly person, sometimes their hearing is not that good. So the rescuers try to talk to the person. So you
老人家现在家里就你一个人吗？熄火。
to really see what's going on.
啊。好，我们赶紧上船，好吧？哦，不要害怕，不要害怕啊！
Right, we could see that person. So be careful.
好，小心，来，好，老人家，我们往这边。
So you're the only one here?
家里就你一个人是吗？现在家里是不是就只有你一个人？这不是你的屋。
So it's not my home. It's not my house.
冲到这里了啊，被冲到。啊。
So you're safe. You're safe. Don't worry. Don't worry. How do you feel? So 78 years old. So be careful. Be careful. So our heads down. Make sure we stay away from the electric the cables. Anyone else in your home? Just yourself?
就你一个人在家。啊，耳朵不听见。好，没关系。家里还有其他人没有？但是这儿正牌下面有电线。我说家里还有其他人没有？这里也是盖成就人盖的，盖个板子，就盖的屋子。
So you could see that the elderly people also told us that look at his clothes actually as also someone else, also not him. It's so because that his hearing is not good. So very fortunately, we saw him today, and we could see the other team of rescuers. So don't worry, you are with us, and we bring you to a safer place. No worry. So we could see that different places. If here you could see another, like kind of like a cluster of houses. Which means that's also a lot of people lived there. So for 5 or 6 people. Which place? So you saw them? So you saw that 5 or 6 people in that village? So you need some water. Did you eat? Maybe let's get something to eat first. And we also have a bottle of water here. So we are right now on our way back.
送出去啊。哎，头这个地方，来，老人家，我们低一点啊！哎，再低一点，再低一点。好，这些画面你有吗？没事啊。好，我知道整个过程当中，我们是在全程的这个记录，我们也同步在向我们这个央视新闻的网友朋友们在进行同步的直播。
So, for our viewers, if just tuning in, right now we are with our rescuers to perform the relief and rescue work here at Dongting Lake. You could see the elderly person. He just rescued by our rescuers. And when we found him, he was trapped in someone else's house.
好，老人家，您这个抓紧我，好吧？或者是您另外一个，你慢慢吃，然后这边手你抓紧我。好，
So we need to make sure that we should be in a safer place. And right now we are on our way back. So for the majority of the residents, that's around 5,755 residents of the affected areas have been safely relocated and no one was injured. They relocated yesterday evening and right now the rescuers are still performing this kind of like searching work, trying to find remaining trapped people and evacuate to a safer place.
饿坏了吧？还有吗？还有。好，我们慢慢吃，不着急啊。说实话，
So for different batches of people actually already searched the places. Still, we talk about this is especially for the elderly people. Their eyesight, their seeing, or that hearing were not that good. So that is also why we let our rescuers perform this kind of searching work still today in the daytime. That is the purpose, that's the meaning of this kind of that rescue and search work. So besides us, besides this boat, actually you also could see other boats. They are also the rescuers and they also rescue and to search the whole places. So be careful. So you could see that on our journey there are many these kind of like cable lines. So you could see the rescuers not only from local place, also from the surrounding places. So we have quite many helping hands here. So very soon we'll approach your shore and there will be someone to do the follow-up work. Right, be careful, be careful. Let's do it slowly, slowly. No worry. Don't rush. No rush.
好，扶着这里，来，好，好，我拿一下话筒。好，来，我们有序的，慢慢来，您先不管我们啊。接一下，明边，接一下。明边，没事，先穿着这个衣服。
So we just rescued a person that's 78 years old. We just save him from the flooded house. And right now we will bring him to the evacuated place.
要不是我们往这边先坐在岸边休息一下，好不好？啊。好，先坐一下啊。
So please sit it here, and we will get a bottle of
等一下，好不好？先坐着休息一下啊。
water for you.
好，老人家您先休息一下啊，在这里休息一下。如果有什么需要再告诉
So
我们。
you can rest here. And just now we with the rescuers from Yueyang. So you could see that's our trip inside, and we found successfully. And very luckily, we found that person through a window, and we got this person out. So you could see that the rescue and relief work still underway. And please always stay tuned with CGTN New Media. We'll bring you the latest from Dongting Lake. Stay tuned.
阳洞庭湖堤防出现决口险情以来，增援当地的消防人员持续转移周边群众。
dike. The burst that happened, the rescuers has been working around the clock, and they found that the people trapped at the second floor of the building. And also this morning around 7 o'clock, 8 rescuers in 2 boats led by the head of the village, and they check based on the name list to search a household one house by another. And also 10 a.m. this morning, rescuers in Tuanzhou
7月6号早上5时42分，湖南消防衡阳支队3人1艇在团胜村疏散一小女孩，有3名老人不愿离开，在救援人员的劝说下，老人被成功护送至安全地带。7月6号清早，连夜出发，并在上午抵达岳阳的株洲消防救援支队增援力量立即投入到搜救被淹村镇被困人员的工作当中。9点27分，搜救小组在对团州乡团西村挨家挨户的巡查时，在一名为在军菜叶的工厂发现一名被困群众。9点36分，搜救小组帮助这名被困群众从已被洪水围困的厂房中抢救出2名存有重要资料的电脑，并将这名被困群众送达安全地点。
中专。那么在这次这个堤坝发生了溃口之后啊，当地有部分的这个村民就转移到了这个安置点。那么接下来我就带大家看一看他们目前的生活的状态是怎么样的。接下来请到当地这个华容职业中专的校长李校长来为我们具体的介绍他们在这个村民群众在这边的衣食住行。李校长你好。给央视新闻的网友们打个招呼啊！
好，您好，大家好。
今天这边是大概有多少人？您给我们边走边说吧。
这边是我们华容县职业中专团州乡亲集成安置点。
好，您稍走慢点哈。我看到首先是这个进门，它实际上这里是一处咱们原来的学生公寓
啊，对，学生公寓。
这里能够安置多少人？
这里整个的容量可以安置3000人。
现在安置了多少人？
现在安置了应该前前后后进进出出应该是近700人。
有700人
啊，对，
我看到进门口这边就有一个医务室啊，这个医务室应该说它现在这个时间点在这边还是有一定功能性的，您带我们进去看一看好吗？
来啊，您请看一下啊，这个这是一个。
没关系，人家您先打电话，没事。
这是我们的医务室，是由县防汛指挥部安排的人民医院的医生，那24小时2个医生在这里值守，随时可以为我们的乡亲进行医疗救治啊，或者是身体有什么不舒服啊，进行一些紧急情况的处置，他们非常的到位的，应该是。
您刚刚说这里是，您刚刚说到这里是这个公寓楼，学生公寓楼对吧？
啊，对。
现在一共有几栋这样的房子都是有相应配备的？
这里呢一共有4栋房子，一共有504间房子，它里面全部都配备了空调，这个
空调可能这个天气降温很必要哈。没关系，我们待会儿再到房间里面去看。我看到您打电话，刚刚比较忙，跟您稍微聊几句行不行？这几天会不会什么样的这个情况会比较多一点？
高血压的、糖尿病的。
高血压、糖尿病，现在这边能不能进行一个应急的处理？
可以啊，就是高血压的能够，然后还有特殊的就会直接让救护车过来接。
这个都是打通了的，对吧？
对。
有
救护车直接在门口等着，都是就备用的，在大门口那边。
你们现在是值班是准备怎么这个安排？
我们是2班倒，白班是早上8点到下午5点半，晚上呢就是5点半到第2天早上8点。
2个人是吧？
对。
2个人一班，我看到这个还
是医生，
一个医生一个护士这边我看有测血压的东西是有的。关于这个，如果是血压比较高的话，有降压药之类的，这边都有吗？
有这些急救的药品我们都有。
能带我们看一看吗？
我们的药品。
唐医生哈，唐丽群
我们有一般的消炎的药，有降高血压的药，还有感冒药。
藿香正气水，这个是可能会天气太热了受不了，是这个。
对，还有复位的药，就说基本的这些急救的药品都还是有的。
包括还有车辆，如果这边不能处置的话，可以马上。
不能处置的，我们马上联系医院里面会派120来接的。
你们华容县人民医院是来了多少医生护士到这里？
我们一个点是一个医生一个护士。
就像一个点是按照这一栋楼来分是吧？
我们暂时只有这一栋楼的位置吧。
暂时只有一栋楼。也就是说现在您刚刚说的是现在这边只有700多位，可能人增加了，相应的医生和护士的配备也会增加。
它也会增加。
这就看你们怎么提出需求了。
对。
好，我看你们这边比较忙，打搅了哈，谢谢。我们到其他的点位去看一看。来，您带路，慢慢走哈。好，慢慢走。这边就是整层，一共是1、2、3，一共是6层楼是吗？
对。
好，您稍慢点走哈，稍慢点走啊。这边我看到一直有来回有不少的，这是公益机构的过来的巡查还是？
这是公益机构。
他们是具体是有一些什么样的这个便利能够提供？
他们主要是为我们这个安置点提供一些我们采购所不能够
覆盖的
不能够覆盖。
That's the procurement and also help us to find that the urgent need staff. And also we talk about that the coral or the other immediately needed necessities that people help us to get ready. So let's also go to check the situation inside the room. So this is a evacuation place. So how did you feel? So you can see that the air conditioning is on. So I arrived here around 10 a.m. this morning, and also we around 2 batches arrived here today. So you think here is anything you need? This is very good. We don't need the other stuff. So it's a very clean place. Now, what did you bring with you? I got some clothes with me, and this is all provided to us. So what's the most needed? Let's say that's what you need the most. I think I have everything here. What did you eat today for lunch? We had the vegetables, and also we had soup as well as meat, and also we had yogurt as well, and also duck meat. It's a very nice meal. So far the condition is really good. So also enjoy the lunch, yes, and we spend nothing. So the government pay the bill. So right now, everything here is free. So the a meal here is all free. So we have a breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And for lunch, that's around 8 RMB, and lunch and dinner, that's around 15 RMB per meal. Make sure we provide them that the safe food as well as we see enough nutrients. What about water, drinking water? Yes, they got that bottled water. So for each room, we provide them the daily necessities. And also here we have the bathroom. So you can take a shower here. And also the hot water provided as well. Toothbrush, yes, that's we all have them. So you could see shampoo and also washing powders all provided. Anything come to our mind, we make sure that all in place. So the people evacuated to this place, they find everything they need actually is all met. So I hope they have a safe and the happy stay. We know this is a natural disaster. They now came here in a good mood, so we try our best to provide the best experience for them to stay here. So for each room, that's around, let's say, 6 people. So it's kind of like the move-in that's ready for move-in. So for each room, that's the similar a setting. That's all a move-in condition. So when you moved here this morning, what did you bring with you? So we just brought a bag with us. So here you can see this is everything we got with us. Anything you need? No, here you can see we have the towel, we have the shampoo, we have the toothpaste, the toothbrush, and also the bottled waters. Actually, we also enjoy the meal, the lunch here. So it had a chicken, duck, vegetable, milk. So lunch here is very nice. And it's very high temperature, but you can see we had air condition also available here. So today that's around 37 degrees Celsius, but it feels like about 40 degrees Celsius. So how many people provide that volunteer service. So for our voluntary work, so that's around 50 party members and also around 30 teachers and also students as volunteers, as also 30, 40. And still that's the students studying in this school and also the people from the government. So that's around 200, that's around 120 to 150 people as volunteers. That's not including the chef working in the kitchen. So let's go to the kitchen to have a look. So you could see that still people keep coming in, moving in. So we talk about that the people maybe they did not have the time or chance to eat lunch. They still can get a lunch, for sure, for sure. Our like mission, our task is like whenever they move in, they have meal ready for them. So our lunch is around 11:30 to 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So the cafeteria. So we talk about the people moving in, and they got off the bus, and then they first to the cafeteria, and then they make the registration process. So you could see people here. You could see these are the people actually doing the registration work. So we need to have their basic information so we could know exactly how many people arrived. So at least we know where they came from which village, and how many people here. So we talk about the Tuanzhou village, Tuanzhou township. So basically, like the Tuanbei village. So extended service time. So right now, actually, is why we mentioned here this time. This is the time for people already settled, because that they already settled down, so they maybe can enjoy the lunch first at the earlier time, and then that we prolong the service time, because right now looking at this cafeteria, this is in the school, so this is the school cafeteria. So right now the lunch time from 11:30 to 3 p.m. So the people late arrival, they still can enjoy their lunch. So you could see this is the cafeteria, and let's try to get into the kitchen. And we ask for the permission. So can we talk to our chef? So I arrived here around 5 a.m. this morning. So that's what you prepared today. So this right now we're looking at. This is what we prepared for this evening. You could see pork and chicken legs. So how many dishes they can order? They can order 3 dishes. So 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. And we also dispatch more staff to work in this kitchen. So you could see right now we will very soon start to prepare the dinner. And this is also the vegetables we prepared for lunch. So let's maybe go to check the lunch. So talk about the food the safety and the security. And for the food security, actually, we also have a standard in place. As we received from the A flat, the command center, and we also invite the market law enforcement personnel to also help us. So you're looking at this kind of these dishes before getting to the people's desk. And we also sampled them first. So you could see actually here you do not need to worry. We have that the whole chain traced. So from the raw material, from the very beginning to the end, to the people's at the a dining table as all tracked. So we could see that the people still coming in, and we also prepared the noodles, and so that we prepared that if rice running out, then we also have prepared the noodles for them as well. So right now for lunch, that's a requirement about the 15 RMB, and also of course that's for free for all the people who moved in. So this is the situation here in this evacuated center, and we will keep you updated. And this is the place at the Dongting Lake, and at this time we could see that the large trucks loaded with large rocks gathered at this portion. And the dike bridge in Dongting Lake in Huarong County, central China's Hunan province. And according to the Flood Control Command Center, and the difference of the level inside and outside the bridge is around narrow to 0.1 meters, and we also could see that from Chengde, Yiyang, Changsha around that's the 56,000 tons of rocks that gathered to Dongting Lake, and we could see that the lands was also narrowed, and with the level narrowed of the water level, and we could see that a large equipment also gathered here to consolidate the dike. And this is also the one of the work before the filling that the dike bridge. And we talk about this kind of the effort could be started this afternoon, and the rock, which means the rocks will be unloaded here, and will also increase the speed of the bridge, and also for the other dike, and the also worked in an effort to further strengthen of the dike, make sure that the flood not that enter to other places. So make sure that the other villages are safe enough, and also could see that the working hands also came to the scene, and we also have the people performing the rescue and relief work.
的团州院呢发生湖的发生了溃口的一个险情。目前呢，国家防总办公室应急管理部呢已经调派了专业的力量部署到现场开展抢险救灾工作和湖南省一个工作。具体的工作是什么样的呢？我们也是在国家应急指挥总部呢实时调度现场的最新画面。我们一起来了解一下。在我身后可以看到国家应急指挥总部的大屏幕调度此时此刻溃口现场的画面。首先，我们先来看现场的水。
And let's also look at the speed of the flow. About the current is quite light. And we know that yesterday that the differences between that the water level is around 5 meters, and after that the gap that's right now already coming to the same level. And right now we could see that the emergency personnel is on the way, and also to conduct the rescue work, and we also to talk to that the people to know more about the work. And we talk about that what is the work, and we're looking at that this is the breach happened. And we could see that this is a situation that's a 2 session, and previously actually that's the accumulated to the breach at the sand, and but it's flooded, and so that's happened. And we also could see that maybe the secondary disaster happened. So for us, that's the work is like we bring the rocks to it, so which means we use the rocks to cover the sand. So the sandy structure not solid enough, and we talk about that, make sure that there's no water level differences, so that could also help us to deal with the dike bridge situation. And for the left bank, right now is coming to the end, and right now you can see the right bank is still working. So first we need to build up the platform. So make sure that the trucks, when they arrived at the scene, so the trucks with rocks, so the rocks can be actually unloaded here. So for that platform, basically to let the trucks coming in and get the rocks here. So for the work and the closure work, we talk about the joining the 2 sessions will be started around 5 p.m. this afternoon. So you could see that the 2 session, and we will see that the trucks from the left and right hand side will gather to the center places, so which means that the rocks will put into the water to speed up the closure work. So according to our knowledge, at the noontime, and the emergency centers already dispatched that the professionals to the scene, so that they cover the water, air domain, and talk about the water. You could see that just now at the big screen, we could see the large ships, vessels, also stand by. So they will work with the land team, work together for the rock, the unloading work, and also the trucks also get ready, and also for transportation team, they also help to do the coordination work. And what about the air? So you could see here, this is the angle, this is the footage we got, and this is the helicopter also dispatched by the emergency command center. So you could see we have a quite clearer picture from the aerial angle, and we know exactly that the lens, and also they will work with the closure work. So we talk about that they will put into a box into the sea. And because of the water pressure, they will help to open the box. And we talk about that box even heavier, so the flood or the current will not really to bring that box away. So we talk about if the current is very fast and also rocks are not good enough to close the bridge. But right now we're looking at that so far that the current actually is flat, so the condition is ready for the land team and the water team. So we do not need to put that box from the air, but that's still as the plan B. So besides these three teams, and we will also let's look at the other teams for rescue and relief work. So we could see that the right part, that's the Tuanzhouyue village, that whole place is actually flooded, and that's also the place for that bridge. So that's around 220 meters. And here we have the defining line first. That's the first defining line. So our work is to make sure that we can use a very shortest time to close that bridge. And around 9 kilometers away, there is another bridge. So that's the dike. That's also helped to build up a second defining line. So you're looking at the Dongting Lake when the water coming into this place, and they will also have the pressure on this side, right? So the dike in 1996 also blocked the water, and later on not really in practice. So that also could see that there could be the potential risk there. So the rescue team also working on there to strengthen the dike. So we talk about that the dike for these many years need a further strengthen work. So these are the two different lines for defining to make sure there's no addition the emergency situation happen. And according to our knowledge, in these places with the favorable condition, and we will speed up the rescue work. And in the next 6 to 7 days, it's very possible that we close the dike bridge, and also that a more helping hand will be dispatched to the site in light of the situation unfolded. So we will keep you updated as well. And please always stay tuned with CGTN New Media. Right now we are at the Yueyang Huarong, and this is also the nearby places to the dike bridge. And this situation actually quite safe. The rescuers tell us that if we're looking from this angle, that we could see that the burst in place, and also could see that the rescue vessels also stand by there, and that is the place for the bursting happened. So the places we are staying right now is quite safe, but still we talk about that the rescue situation is quite complex. And from yesterday evening we arrived here and also could see more and more helping hands from the firefighting team to the militia from different services. Actually they all arrived here, and I could see that they arrived here to support the Huarong township. And if you're looking at these other places, you could see this is a heavy trucks that also arrived at the scene to support the rescue work. And also we could see for Yiyang, Zhuzhou, this is all supporting the places in Hunan. And they could see that the trucks arrived one after another. And we also don't know this how many batches came into the rescue scene. And we will also get into, we're not saying that we will approach to the epicenter. We talk about that we will come to the closed places as we can to bring you the latest on the ground. And also could see this is the firefighting team from Hunan Yueyang, the firefighting team. Also here to perform the rescue and relief work. And talking about today's temperature, it's almost 40 degrees Celsius. So it's a very tough situation working on the scene. It's a very challenging mission. So let's follow the firefighters and also try to get as close as possible to the bursting place. And a dike bridge in Dongting Lake in the Huarong County, Central China's Hunan province, occurred at 5:48 p.m. Following field emergency repair efforts on Friday. As of 10 p.m., the width of the bridge was about 8 meters, and until the late evening yesterday, that's already increased to more than 100 meters. And the rescue forces also gathered here to perform the rescue efforts. And we also talked to the firefighting team. So the Hunan firefighting team right now dispatched more than 1,000 firefighters and also more than 100 the firefighting trucks, and also the more than the 8,000 of boats to support the rescue work. And so far, more than 169 people are rescued this morning. And right now we talk about more than 5,755 residents of the affected area have been safely relocated and no one was injured. And we talk about that different teams of firefighting department also use boats to do the searching work. And for each village, they have the village head. So the village head provided a name list. So the firefighting team, the rescuers, based on the name list to check one after another, one by one, to see whether all the people safely evacuated or not. So bear with us. The signals sometimes could be not that stable. So 6:20 a.m. this morning, the Yueyang team at the Epeiyue village found 2 trapped people and saved them successfully. And also the Hengyang team and the 3 rescuers also evacuated 1 girl, as well as the 3 elderly people. And right now, these people are moved to a safer place. So because we're working on the deck, so you could see that the surface of the road actually very narrow. So we talk about for the vehicles, if not for the emergency purpose, they could not approach or get access to this place. So here we could see that the militia right now is working around the clock, and they got a little bit rest here. So very soon, and we will conduct a blanket searching work. So for the Yueyang team, according to the mission we got, and we'll very soon get on the boat and to do the searching work. So make sure no one left behind. So what is the situation inside? Started from yesterday to today, more than 20 trips has been made, and also for each trip we got someone saved. So we will get on the boat with the rescuers to do the search work. So also we arrived here yesterday evening, and we talk about a lot of people working here. Actually, just team no sleep. And we could see that the people right now here with more rescuers arrival. So some rescuers got a chance to take a break. So let me put on a life vest. So we arrived here around 5:30 yesterday afternoon. So we will get on the boat with rescuers. So we will conduct a searching work. So we will get on this boat, and you could see that a lot of the constructions, as the residential houses, that's all underwater, and we could see some the ceilings, and also could see the trees. But still, majority of them are still underwater. And also could see here, this is some necessities from the household. Some stuff belong to the local residents. So could see some cooking equipment. And also here we could see that the breakfast left by the rescuers are not finished yet, but we believe that right now they are conducting a rescue work. So they just put aside their breakfast, and when their mission finished, they will come back to continue to finish their breakfast. We know that it's really time consuming, or we talk about the race against the time. So you could see that the rescuers are also working around the clock to conduct the rescue and relief work, especially this kind of the search work, also very important. So right now we are getting on the boat. All right, we get on the boat with our rescuers. So we would like to let our viewers to understand that because everyone want to know the more information. So when you arrived here, so the first group arrived here at around 5 p.m. So we should also be safe. So what's the depth of the water right now here? So at least 3 meters. All right. So we talk about the boat actually is very vibrant. So our mission this time is to conduct the searching work. Talk about the searching work. Searching effort actually continued from yesterday to today. So the searching effort still underway. You could see that the lower level, the lower constructions already all under the flood, under the water. The taller ones, we could see that the highest floor, either the ceiling or let's say 3 storage buildings, we could see that the third floor of that building. That's the only the third floor building above the water. So could tell that the depth of the water at least 3 meters. That could be even 4 meters or 5. And also we could see that the lines, that's the cable line, that's the utility pole. And you could see that the boat is wobbling. And you could see my hands hold it very tightly. So our mission this time, so we talk about we have different boats, we have many teams right now is conducting searching efforts. So make sure that we could try our best to find and more people. And the majority of the residents already relocated. So here you could see the whistle. So when we approach to the residential compound or the residential buildings, we will first do the whistling, so make sure people can hear us. So the different teams from different locations are rushing to the scene. So some team perform the mission of searching efforts. Some team working at the dike breaching places. Respect to your hard work. We talk about is emergency situation. Right now, we will try our best to buy more time to close that breach as early as possible. And still, we're looking at for the majority of the residents already relocated. But we talk about that the elderly people that they may not in a good physical condition, so they may not like move easily, or some elderly people, they don't want to leave their home. So the rescuers try to persuade them. So first to move to a safer place. We know that elderly people, they just don't want to leave their home. And we could understand, but for their safety consideration, and we try our best to persuade them to first relocate to a safer place. So if you look at this situation, so you could see the ceiling of the household houses. So this is heavily flooded places. This is the affected places. And also looking at this is the utility and cable lines. That's also we're looking at a construction with 3 storage. Right now we only could see the highest one above the water. So we talk about the boat actually is wobbling. So make sure our heads down. So you can see a boat with 3 rescuers and the gentleman here, and he yesterday evening performed these searching visits to rescue 5 people. So for that 5 people, and include elderly people, did not want to leave their home, did not want to leave the village, and also the elderly people with no younger ones at home will help them to evacuate. And also some people think about that my building is tall enough, so just stay at the second or third floor, I'm fine. So this is also kind of a people actually right now is trapped or left. So in the evening when we perform the research work, we use our lights, and also the lights are on our hat. So far no one injured. And also the local government provide the evacuation center, the school dormitory for the local residents. So the weather today is really high temperature. So on my way here, we could see that the militia and also the military forces, they just took a place to take a break. So talk about the whole area. The whole area that's around that's the 50 square kilometers. So the affected area near the Tuanbei village of the township covers about 50 square kilometers. And we talk about the very first team arrived the scene very fast, and then later on with more teams arrived in different places to perform the rescue work. So far, how many your teammates working here, so it's around 300. So we talk about not just the only local team, they also received the help assistance from other places in Hunan province. So right now our work is to conduct a search efforts. So make sure we search inch by inch. So you could see in this area, this is like a cluster of buildings. And also could see that the household building is actually quite high. We could see that could be the third floor of the local residence house. So we still found that trapped people this morning, and talk about these kind of the searching efforts for one round. How long does it take? So it's around 1 hour. So we will try to see if there's still anyone left or trapped inside of the a residential house. Because right now is the daytime, so maybe it's easier for us to find the people trapped. We know the majority of the local residents already have been safely relocated. So for these kind of the like highly density places, you could see there are a lot of not the houses. So that's also the key places for research efforts. So we could see that the rescue work actually is very complex. So for these places, actually, we searched at least twice, 2 times already. And one time yesterday evening and one time this morning. And talk about that the animal husbandry were like the ducks, or pigs. And we right now could not move them outside. For the dogs, and later on we will see and we could save them. But right now, still the top priority is we make sure that the human being, the people trapped inside, could save first. So you could see right now we come inside this village. So for this building, that's around a 3-storage building, a 3-storage construction. So we are blowing the vessel, try to see if there's anyone inside. So we lower our heads. So still you could see our boats actually is wobbling. So our hands hold very tight of the sandbar, make sure that we stay safe on board. And judging from the surrounding area, we could more or less make a guess that the depth of the water that's around 4 meters. So right now the electricity, the power supply also temporarily shut down or cut off. So as to stay away from the secondary disaster. So we could see at our surrounding, we could see these buildings. For the lower ones, that's totally underwater. This is a heavily flooded places, and the taller one, you could see that's the highest floor. This is could be the third storage. That's the only floor above the water, and we see a dog there. So for dog, to rescue dog, of course, first we make sure that a human being is safe, and we will also will come back to save the animals. So we will rescue animals like dogs. You see that we're very soon approaching to another place. You can see here also a lot of the residential buildings. So I can get some signal on my phone. So I received a newly information this morning. And this morning, more the rescue team from different places arrived here to join the rescue effort. Actually, we could see that the vehicles coming from different places to assist the rescue support. And also this morning, more people evacuated. So for this place, the Tuanzhou area, so the Tuanzhou township. So the area, affected area near the Tuanbei village of the township covers about 50 square kilometers. And also the household residents around the 25,600. So the terrain is flat. Although we could not really get to the deck bridge place, but according to our knowledge, there are a lot of the professional personnel working there. And we could see a person there. Stay there, stay there. And we could see a person there. So it's elderly people. We don't know if a person can hear us. So you could see the elderly people, they could not really hear us. They not hear our vessel. So let's see whether we can approach to him. So let's keep ourselves safe and find a safer route to approach to the house. So it's an elderly person. So maybe not with a good hearing. So let's try to approach to the person. So it's an elderly person. So we need to try to find a route to that house. So right now we are also trying to find a way to get close to that house. All right. Right now we are get close to the house. There's someone trapped inside. We don't know that he is the only one trapped inside or someone else with him inside. So be careful. Be careful, be careful. So the rescuers try to get inside the house to learn more about the situation inside. All right, the elderly person hear us. All right, let's slowly get inside. Let's get close to the window. So you are the only person? So let's first shut down the engine. And okay. Don't be panic. You're okay. You're fine. You're safe. So here we could see that the elderly person. Right, you are the only one inside. So inside you are the only one. So it's not your house. All right, you also from the other place. All right. So you're safe. You're safe. So don't worry. So the gentleman is 78 years old. So be careful. Hands down, eyes down. So anyone else in your home? So no one, only you. So the hearing is not good. Anyone else trapped in your house? So he's saying that his clothes is actually someone else. So very luckily we saw you through the window. And the rescuers came to the places several times, but that's not good hearing. So 78 years old, so he could not really hear rescuers in vessels. And also we could see the other boats as the rescuers also are conducting a search work here. So you could see that the utility lines, as the cable lines, you are safe, no worry. We will bring you to the relocation places. No worry. So here we could see another places as also that the high density place. So here you could see we also talk to the other rescue team. Any other people trapped? Where are they? So around 5 to 6 people. So you saw them? So you can get something to eat. They did not have anything to eat, right? So maybe first let's have something to eat, and also maybe you can drink first. We have a bottle of water. So right now we are on our way back. So be careful, be careful. Hands down. So right now we are on the boat with our rescuers. Just now we saved an elderly person here, the gentleman 78 years old. Get some water. So you're the only one here in your home, right? And also please hold tight, be careful. So sit tight, because right now we are in our full speed to bring the gentleman back. And now we also in full speed. So you also can see that the depth of the water, that's around 3-4 meters. So no worry, no hurry. Just get some food. So we talk about actually yesterday, the different rounds of the search work conducted, but still we talk about elderly people, especially elderly people not good at hearing, and they could not maybe hear our voices or our vessel. And actually we conduct the search work yesterday, and also that is also the meaning why we continue to conduct search work today. And we conduct this kind of search work one after another visits, one after another trip, because we still can find trapped people inside the village. And besides us, besides this boat, you could see more other boats. That's also the rescuers on board to search more people and make sure that everyone evacuates. So heads down, heads down. So utility electricity, we talk about that the power supply is temporarily that's suspended. So it's make sure that it's also prevent a secondary disaster. So we are not from this place, but actually you could see that for rescuers, not only from the local team, here we have the teams from other places also come here. Right, very soon we'll approach the bank, and there will be someone to do the follow-up work. All right, slowly, slowly, no rush, no rush. Be careful. Right. He's 70 years old, just rescued right now, and we will find someone to get to do the follow-up work. So the gentleman will be relocated to the evacuation house. So maybe let's get a place to rest. So take a break here. All right. So please be seated. So we will get you something to drink. All right. So no worries. Later on, someone will bring you to the evacuation house. So just now, with our rescuers to perform a search work. So with the rescuers from Yueyang team. So we traveled for 1 hour, and we successfully saved one gentleman. And very luckily, we saw him through the window. and we get him out. So still you could see the rescue and relief work still underway. Please always stay tuned with us. We bring you the latest. So we will keep you updated. And the oozing firefighting team and also the military forces and conduct the rescue work. And now the rescue work is still underway. And the 5th of July, a dike breach happened, and the Hunan firefighting team dispatched the firefighters to conduct the rescue work. As of this morning, 6 a.m., and 5 kilometers of the A platform constructed. And also this morning, the rescuers with the assault boats search a trapped people. And the search situation is very challenging and complex, and they use different ways to call the people and to conduct the carpet cell search efforts. now the professional personnel already dispatched to the scene to conduct the rescue work, and they work with the local team to conduct the rescue work. And talk about the work going on right now. We also here at the emergency ministry to get about the situation going on. So here you could see from the big screen, and this is the live footage from the bridge. So let's first look at the speed of the current, the flow. It's quite slow. Where we talk about so far is quite a flight, and we talk about the bridge happened yesterday. The water differences is around 5 meter. This early morning. Until now, the difference and narrowed to the very small range. And we talk about that flight flow actually provide quite a favorable working condition for the further a closure work. And also could see that the professional forces right now also are conducting their work to prepare for the final closure. And this is we talk about that the covering work. What is covering work? So we talk about for that the a bridge happened. That the bridge gap has have two sections. And previously that's with the sand, and that sandy structure actually is brushed by water, brushed by the current. So the construction is not stable enough. So for the covering work, which means we use rocks or use very solid, hard materials to cover the outside of the construction, so make it solid enough. And we talk about the water differences from the upstream and the downstream will not to occur a breach again. So we could see the left bank already finished the construction, building the construction. On the right hand side is the right bridge, and the work is still underway. So for the covering work, which means we need to build up a platform. For that platform, basically that's the place for the emergency vehicles. So the vehicles, the trucks with rocks, they can unload it here, so that help to speed up the closure effort. So according to our knowledge, the closing, where we talk about the covering work, will be started this afternoon. And then we will see the vehicles actually can get from the both sides and to build up the platform, and they will also to bring the rocks to the sea, to the water, so that will help us to speed up the closure work. So according to the information, and the emergency ministry already dispatched the professional efforts and talk about the assistance work. It covered water, land, and air. So talk about the water. So you could see that the vessels, you could see the rescue ship actually in place. They are standing by, and they will work with the land team to conduct the unfolding of rocks work. And for the land vehicles, the heavy vehicles also stand by, and they will bring the rocks to the scene and talk about the air. What kind of preparation have been done? So here you could see that's the footage from one helicopter. There are around 2 helicopters to the scene, and here you could see from the aerial view, we could see that the dark bridge, so that provide a clearer picture, and also can see the surrounding places, the affected flooded place. So we talk about, besides provide this kind of footage, that the air team also will prepare to place a box. So what is the box? So that box will put into the water. That's a very, very heavy box, and the pressure from the water will help open the box. We talk about that a very heavy box will help to make it very solid so the water will not bring it away, to flow it away. So when the current is very, very fast, the rocks could not play a role there, then the air team will place the box to the water. So we talk about right now the current flood is okay, it's very favorite. So the land and sea team can work first, but still air team as the plan B, they also stand by. And besides these forces, and we could also provide our viewers a look from this map about the whole rescue and relief work. The right area, that's the affected area, that's the Tuanzhou Township. And here we could see that the width of the dike bridge around 220 meters. Right now it's already narrowed, but that's considered as our first defining line. So we need to speed up our efforts to close the gap as early as possible. And here that's around 9 kilometers away. Here we consider as the second defining line. So why we're working on these both lines? So when the Dongting Lake, when the water come to the scene, to this area, that the water flow also will produce some pressures to the dike here. So back in 1996, that the dike actually had played a blocking role, but after 1996, the dike not really played the role later on. So here, a team also working there to make sure that the dike is solid enough, strong enough. So right now the team is also doing the reinforcing work to make sure that no disaster happened. So according to our knowledge from the emergency management ministry, right now all the rescue work is speeding up, and in the next 6 or 7 days it's possible that we could close the gap. And still we're looking at with the joint work of the State Flood Control and the Drought Relief Headquarters and also the Ministry of Emergency Management. They will work together in light of the situation on ground to conduct the rescue work. We will keep you updated about the flood control disaster relief work. Please stay tuned.
会被冲走，会堆在这个决口的两端，因此更方便这个封堵的工作的进行。所以现在合龙封堵的工作啊，是正在更加快速的这个推进过程当中。首先我们解释一下为什么我们在这个直播点给大家带来这场直播的报道哈。像我身后这一片水域呢，就是洞庭湖水域，在我身后直线距离大概是1公里左右，那个白点处啊，就是这个决口的现场。那么同时今天呢，这个出现了一个新的这个情况哈，就是像在这个地方。决口的这个路段是比较窄的，我们在这里呢是选了一个既能够看到，既不影响大家救援这么样一个地方，给大家带来这场直播的报道。那么今天还出现了一个新的情况啊，就是大家看一下我身后的这个不远处有一处芦苇，从这个叶子的这个摆动情况可以看到，今天的风是比较大的。像华容县今天最大的水质风力是在7到8级，而且
see the wind. Here today we also have a quite strong wind today, so that also means that the current could be fast. So we need to make sure that could be cost additional. The breach happened to other places. So if we look at the dike bridge, right now the rescue work is still going on, and we talk about that right now. We build up the platform, make sure later on the vehicles could bring and unloaded the rocks at the platform, so the rocks could put into the water when the condition is allowed. So you could see right now here is the unload the rocks, and also see right now the 2 sessions right now build up the platforms, so you could see that the more trucks will bring rocks to the places, and the other vehicles could also arrive to the scene, and also that's all to create the favorable condition to expedite the closure work. So you could see that we talk about the first defining line. You could see the Dongting Lake at the one side, and also the other side. And also we try to make sure that the water differences is zero, is narrow to the really minimum level. And you're looking at the green, that's previously the trees. Right now we talk about the whole affected area, that's around 48 kilometers. And more than 5,755 residents of the affected area have been safely located, and no one was injured. And we keep you updated.
及地防抢险救援的这个现场，给大家带来这场直播的报道。那么这边有一个最新的消息给大家通报一下，就是呢，目前院内外的洞庭湖的水位
Lake
差已
is
经基
quite
本持平了。
to the
这个
same
持平之后，
level,
它有
so
一个什么
which
样的明显的
means
作用呢？
the
就是说，洞
Dongting
庭湖的
Lake
水不会
water
在这个
flow
急
will
匆匆
not
的冲到
in
这
a
个
fast
院
speed
内当中。
to
那么这个
enter
决
or
口的
flood
现
it
场啊，当
to
我
the
们到一些
affected
大石头
area,
块
and
投
also
下去
the
的时候，
large
它
heavy
就能够
rock
形
will
成一
also
个
not
力量，
rush
不会把
away
这个
by
水
the
流
water,
冲走，
so
而
the
堆
rock
积在
could
这个
play
决口的
its
两端，
role
因此
there,
更
so
有利
that's
于
also
我们这个
conducive
封堵
to
合
the
龙的工作的发
closure
展。
effort.
在目前呢，
Right now,
封
the
堵合龙的
closure
工作
work
是
is
正
still
在
underway at
快
a
速的
faster
这个推
speed.
进过程当中。
And to
首
talk
先给
about
大家
why
解
we
释一
bring
下，我们
you
为
the
什么
live
会在
coverage
这个
from
地方
this
进行。
angle.
大家看到我
So
正好
here you
啊，
could see that's around
大概
1
是在
kilometers
距离1公里
away,
啊，就是我
as
身后
in
的
a
那个
white
白点儿
dot.
的地方，
That
那个地
is
方
the
呢，就是咱们
place
这个
of
决
the
口的
Adak
现场。
Bridge.
我们为什么会在
So
这儿呢？
we
因
could
为
see
通
the
往这个
road
决口
to
第一，它
that
的道
Dak
路是非
Bridge
常
is
狭
very
窄的，而且
narrow,
现
and
在呢，
also
可
the
能网络信
signals
号不是
not
特别的稳定，
stable.
我们的卫星电
So
车开过去的话，可能会对这
the
个目前
current
的这个
road
通道造成一
only
定的影响。
available
因
to
此，我们
the
就选择了
rescue
这样的一个
vehicles.
既能
So
够
we choose
看
this
到这
place
个
so
决
you
口
could
现场，
see the
同
Dak
时呢
Bridge,
又
but we
不干
also
扰
not
救援这样的一个
hinder
地方，给大家带来这
the
场直播的报道。
rescue effort
好，那给
progress.
大家说一下目前我现在的情况啊。
So
我
right now
目
you
前
could
所
see
处
the
的这
water
样一
area
片水
here.
域呢，
That's
就是这
Dongting
个洞庭
Lake.
湖。大家
You
看到我
could
身后啊，其
see
实有几艘
that's
这样
the
的这个巴士
vessels.
船。
That's the
现在呢，
sand
就是从这个
carrier
这个洞
ships.
庭湖
They
里
are
面进行
also
待命啊。这个沙滩
have
船的这
been
个
dispatched
舱里
to the
面
scene
都
for the
有
rescue
好几个
operation,
像这个谷堆
and
一样
they
的
are
塑料
also
大
in
堆的这
place.
种
They
沙
with the
子。那将来
sands
这个封堵的时候，如果要用到
on
沙袋的
board.
话，这个
So
舱才
later
是在
on,
这里
if
待命
the
的。目前
closure
我们
effort
从
needs
我们
additional
视野范
sandbags,
围看
then
到的这
these
样一片水域
sands
来看，
you
大
could
概是
see
有
the
1、
small
2、
mountain
3、
as the
4。
sand.
这边还有一个，
So
至少
that
是
sand
4辆这个大沙
bags
船
could
在这
play
里
a
进行一
role
个集结
later
待
on
命。
for the
那么今天
closure
呢，出
effort.
现了一个新的情况，给
And
大家解
also
释一下。大
today,
家
let
看
me
一下，在我
explain
身
to
后
you
这样一个
another
芦苇。
other
请
work.
我们的镜头给个特
So
写。
let's see, we bring you a
这个
closer
芦苇，
shot.
大家的看到没有？它都是
So
这
you
个
could
叶子的摆
see
动是非常大
that
的，朝一个
the
方向。
wind
今天的
today
风其实
is
非常大，
very
而且我们
strong.
今天
So you could see
为
that
了
the
做这
reed
场直播
here
呢，特地是把我们的这个话筒套上了这个防风罩啊，也就是我们所说的这个毛毛球，戴上了这样的一个防风罩，让我们的收声更加清楚一些。好，
And
然
we
后我们继续
also
回到这个芦
to
苇上，
have
大家看
that
到了吗？它的
the
叶子摆动
a
幅度
wind
是非常
approval,
大
the
的。
wind shields
工
cover
作
our
说明呢，因为
microphone.
风很大。
So
今
we
天华
talk
容
about
线
the
最
wind
大的
actually is
顺时
very,
风呢
very
可以达
strong
到
today. So
7到8
from
级。
this
从
angle,
我们
from
这个
this
视角
footage,
看过
you
去
could
啊，这
tell.
个洞庭湖水面
And
的这个水
also
波
here
纹，
we could
它
see
也
the
走得
water
非
that
常非常的
also
快。 那
flow
么这
very
样就可能
fast.
出现一个情
So
况，
one
这
thing
一点
here
要值得
is
非常
that
警
we
惕，那
need
就是
to
新的
be
关闭
alert
险情的出
to
现。
the
因为
additional or
洞庭湖
new
是堤
breach
岸是处于这
happening.
种
We
长
talk
时期的
about
高
that
水位的浸泡，
for
这
the
个风大的
ADAC.
拍打，所以呢，可能
We
哈，
need
可
to
能
think
会出
about
现这个
that
新的
with
管涌
this
现，
heavy
这一点
strong
呢，要
wind
尤其
and
值得大家注
faster
意。好，
flow that
再看我
could
们的右边，在我们的右边呢，
actually
这
to
个是海
create
事
a
部
new
门的
gap.
这个救援船。
And also here
大
that's
家
the
看到了吗？
another
从这个船
vessel.
上的这个旗子上面也可以看到，今天的这
So
个风
from the
确实
flag you
是
can tell
非常的大。
how strong the wind is.
好，然后我们看到现场有
And
很多
we
这个
could
武警的官
see
兵同志
that
正在
the
排队接龙
firefighters
搬运这
also
个沙
in
袋。
a line
这个下一
to
步啊，要
carry
进
the
行到这个
bags
封
of
堵
the
决
material,
口的这个
maybe
工
the
作
rocks
过
or the
程当中
sand
来。
to the scene.
好，我们现
So
场
this
的
is
这
the
个
current
情况呢，在
Hunan. So let's also look at the Dak Bridge. So this morning, the firefighters and also another team from the different department, they are working at this reinforcement work. So we talk about these two teams, they own that heavy equipment. So you could see this morning they work to reinforce the dock, and also from Changsha, Yiyang, Changde, and other places, there are a lot of these rock carrier trucks arrived. So we talk about the rock heavy and strong enough, and they can play into the break. So make sure they not the flood away. So we will have this kind of the vehicles with heavy that the rocks, so that's around 55,000 tons arrive at the scene for this closure effort. So we would like to create that the situation so that basically to build up the platform. So one as could reinforce the bridge, reinforce the deck, that also can build a larger space for a work to carry out, so which means that's a wider place for the vehicles to stop by, so the trucks can unload the rocks there and then they can make a turn and go back, and at the same time another truck arrive, so that also can increase the efficiency. So you could see right now this is a live footage. But this is from the air angle. This is the aerial view. So you could see right now the armed police working at the scene to bring the materials to the rocks or the sandbags to the deck bridge. So once again, you're looking at this is Dongting Lake, and today temperature is very high as almost 40 degrees Celsius. So for your information, for myself, I feel like I'm burning. You're looking at this is Dongting Lake. On the left-hand side, that's Dongting Lake. And on the right-hand side, that's Dongting Lake. So actually, previously, that's a Dongting village. Right now, it's all flooded. It's covered under the water. And also, you could see a lot of greens. Previously, that's the tall trees, but right now, we only could see the top of the tree. The rest is under the water. And also we could see the bright color, that's the trucks lining up, stand by to bring the rocks to the scene. So the people could may be curious about when the differences of the water level is narrowed, so we could bring rocks to the water. So we talk about there's no differences of the water level, so there's no faster speed to brush the rock away. So that is why we talk about when there is no differences, it's the time to bring the rock in to the scene, to put the rocks to the water. So we also could see some black dots. That's the houses. Right now is under the water. So according to our latest information, right now the depths of the water is around 5 meters on average, and the area affected around 47 kilometers, and that's around 92.5% of the total area here. So the local government also searched house by house. And now over 5,755 residents of the affected area have been safely relocated to the school dormitory or to the other evacuated center, and no one was injured. This wind is very strong today. So let's try our best to get more information to our viewers. As till noontime, the length of the deck bridge was about 226 meters. At that time, the water level differences already narrowed to 0. And so the following up work could speed up. We could see Dongting Lake. We could see a arc-shaped platform. So we talk about when the rock arrived to the scene. That's first for the role, like reinforcement of the dike. Another role is that we talk about trucks. They need to approach to the deck bridge point as close as possible, so that we could bring the deck to the water. And also we need a larger space. We talk about that stay work platform, so that help to speed up the closure effort. So that is why you could see here that's the white color. That's also the platform for the work. And please always stay tuned with CGTN New Media for the latest. Please always stay tuned with us. live coverage from a evacuated place. This is a school. Let's look at the whole process here. So here, this first you could see from this plate. So we talk about the evacuated residents when they arrived here, and they need to go through a procedure. So here we at this school. So this is a vocational school. So Tuanbei village and the Tuanzhou community are designated to relocate here. And also for other villages, they will bring to the other places. So far there are around 4 evacuated places, but these are schools. So we talk about why schools. So first, for schools, they have like a cafeteria, they have like the medical service room, and they also have dormitories. So for we talk about sort of the conditions are ready. And also here you could see there's a desk for kind of like reception desk. So when the residents arrive here, they need to make the registration, like their name and their home address and the contact information. So right now around 700 people relocated here. So we also do a calculation. So for one page, has around 10 people's information.
这个纸张呢，他们已经用到很多了，就每个人已经用到好几本了。也就是说，整个现在安置点还是目前来讲，这个安置的情况还是比较。
So could see that right now we have quite a lot of people already settled in. And also we could see volunteers in red and neon yellow colors. And they are the volunteers and teachers and students. So I will also invite a student as also a volunteer here, Mr. Luo. To all the viewers, good afternoon. My name is Luo Jiayi. University students. So it's a summer vacation, so I joined the voluntary force. So we talk about that Mr. Luo just came back home for summer vacation. So I learned the information about this dike bridge on the train on my way back. So actually I'm quite shocked when I received this information. And also I learned that the rescuers arrived at the scene. It's an emergency event. So for volunteers,
您当时也是主动积极报的名，对吧？是的，是的。我看到其实还有好多像这个。
I could see that the students and also the students from this school. And for student volunteers, you could see that from me and the students for summer vacation way back home, and also the students from this vocational school, they also join us. So you could see people coming in and out. Right now, it's around 5:20 p.m. It's the time for dinner. And we talk about the food here is for free. So the food service is also around the clock. Make sure that when people arrive, they can get something to eat. And also here you could see that the hot food prepared and also yogurt. And besides the food service, and here there's also the medical treatment service available here. That's from the Hunan People's Hospital. So you could see the nurses also working here.
来问询的群众来做一个简单的一个问询和一个基础病情的排查。
And here you could see that a shift arrangement from the 6th to 11th of July for different time period. They all have that for each day they work 8 hours and in 3 shifts, which means that you always can see nurses and doctors working here around the clock. So this is 24/7 available from the 6th to 11th of July. So for relocated people, actually this kind of the setting up is very necessary. So for people that they suffer from that diabetes or that the chronic diseases, they did not bring their medicine with them. So this kind of the medical service is very necessary.
现在我们
Well,
尽可能
for
的将受灾群众安排到
people
寝室的线
relocated
路上。
here
我们现在3层、4
and
层基本
the
上已经住
dormitory,
满了，然后我们尽量
and also
满
for
足
each
以
room,
家庭为单位
first
的一个
we
住
will
宿，
see
然
that
后
for
将
people
一
that
些
from
有基础
same
疾病或者
family,
是
we help
行
them
动不方
to
便的
live in the
这
same
个
room.
群众，我们先优
And
先安
for
排
the
1、2、
elderly
1层，
people or
然后
people
尽
with
量的安排这样
chronic
的一对一的
disease,
服务
we
是
arrange
刚
them
好照顾
to
他们的一个
live
生活
at
起
the
居。
lower floor.
这个点还是比较贴心的，就是说还是优先以家庭为单位进行这个住宿的
So
安排。
still we
其次呢，就是对于
try
这些
to
行动
make
不方
sure
便
that
的
the
群
people
众来
from
讲
the
呢，
same
将他
family, they
安排
could
在
live
排
in the
第一
same
个
room.
而且在今天下
And
午
the
的时候，
people
我也
with
看到有很
less
多这样的被褥，就夏天的一些被褥都已经
difficulties,
被
they
陆陆
could
续续地
live
运过来，
at the
并
lower
且把它
floor.
给
And
拆
also
分
for the
分到
each
每
room,
一
they
个
got
这个
their
房间
daily
当中。
necessities.
对，今天下
And
午
when
物资
the
来的第一时间，有我们
necessities
志愿者牵
arrived
头，然后
at the
和学校老师
dormitory,
一起
and
分发
the
到各个楼
volunteers
层，
also
各个
help
寝室，以个
to
人为单位，
dispatch
去
to
配
the
套的
each
凉
room.
席、被
We
褥，
talk
包
about
括
like a
点滴、牙刷，
toothpaste,
还有一些吃的
toothbrush,
点心、面包等
shampoo,
等。然后分
the
类用
laundry
对， 然
powder,
后我们后期会继续有陆续的物资补
and
助，会
also
按时发放到位，
that
尽可能的
the cooling
去服
mats
务我们的受灾群众，把所
that's all
有我们能够服务
dispatched
到
to
位
each
的
room.
和发放到位的，全部都落实，尽快落实。
So you
可以
could
看
see
到，
this
就
is
是
one
我
room.
们现在画面还给到了，就是现在的一个整体的
So
住宿。在这些寝室呢，
previously,
可
this
能
is
是
the
之前
students'
这
dormitory.
学生的寝室哈，现在
Right
已经
now
有
it
这个
become
受灾
the
的群众转移到这儿，已经
relocation
可以看
place
到床上有这个凉席
for
床
evacuated
下有这个水盆
people.
和水桶，
So
包括
here
一
you
些
could see air condition also available
我
here,
们上午、我们下午
and
刚发放
also
的吃的、点心、面
the
包，然
bottled
后以及补充
water.
的物资都放在这了。对他们可能因为现在吃饭去了，所以没有来得及吃。
那现在正
So for each
现在这些
room,
房间里面呢，
they
都是
all
配备了
equipped
空
with
调，
air
包括饮
condition,
用水，包
and
括一些
also
基础
with
的一个
the
夏天的
quilt,
被褥。
mattress, cooling
其实也可以看
mats,
到，
and
包括
also
这个
water,
里面这个
drinking
用电
water.
情况也是配备完善的，包括一些基础的一些清洁的设备，已经在这个楼道里也都是配备了。目前呢，现在整个这个群
So
众
you
安
could
置
see
的
the
这个
living
情况
condition
是比较安静的，因为这个点儿啊，大家可能已经忙了一天了，累了一
right
天，
now
都
is
去都
we
去
make
这
sure
个
that
食堂用餐
their
了，
daily
也是因为他们
needs
确实
are
是
met.
从昨天下午开始呢，当地的有关部门就通知他们
So right
去
now,
到
the
这
majority
个
of the people living
去
here
到这个紧急
they
转移到
are
安置室。 刚
enjoying
才
their
和几位群众也聊了一下，也是当时客
dinner.
人也是拿着这个大喇叭，开着车到处去通知，
And also the
说这
local
个
village,
赶紧去
local
转移，
government
然后
also
尽量
to
少
call
带
the
一些就
people
是个人
who
个人的一
evacuated
些
to
其他比
evacuate
较贵
and to
重的呀，或者
relocate
说比较繁
to
杂
the
的一些用
place.
品，以耽误了自己的一个时间，耽误自己这个离开的时间。
We
其实
know
很多
that the
群众
people
呢
do
还是
not
一些
want
不
to
知
leave
情
their
的，
home,
一旦看
but
到
we
这
know
个
this is
水情
emergency
比较危险的时
situation,
候，大家还
so
是第一时
they
间
moved to
转移
this
到了这
place.
个安置的区域。然后可以看到啊，现
So you
在
could see
包括
inside
房
the
间
room,
里也是有家庭为单位的一些
and also could
群
see
众，
the
包括小
little
朋友已
kids
经
also
在所在
here,
安置在里面了。
and
现在
also
空
air
调也
condition
也
is
是
also on.
足足的开着的。罗同学，您是外地上的大学，然后来到这儿做志愿，对吧？
对，我是内蒙古科技大学的大一学生，然后现在暑假刚毕业返乡，
So
结果就
it's
听到了这
my
个消息，
summer
然后就
holiday.
第二
So
天
I
第一时间
joined
就投
the
入到了我们这
volunteer
个志愿
force
服务的行列，
and just
然
try
后
to do my
尽自己
best
所能
to
去服
contribute
务家乡
my
的小
efforts
众，
to my
去
hometown.
减轻他们的痛
So
苦，
I also
去
work
陪
here
伴这
to
些
accompany
小朋友
the
啊，包
younger
括一些老
one
人
and
啊，
also the
我
elderly
们
people.
尽可能的
So do whatever I
去
can.
贡献自己的一份力量。
当时是不是您也是全程去引导
So
咱
the
们的这个
volunteers
受
also
灾的
help
群
to
众进行
guide
一个
the
互动的这
relocated
样一个沟
people
通？
to do the
对的对的，今天
registration,
从
get
今
them
天
to
开始
their
会是由
room.
受灾群众来我
So
们
we
安置
talk
点，
about
然后
today
我们
first
前
need to
台
do
会
the
进行一个身份
registration.
信息的登记，包括他
And
来
if
自哪
they
里，
arrived
有
here
几
by
口人一起
themselves
来的，
or
然
they
后
with
包
their
括他的一
family
些
members.
基础病的情况，
And the
那么我们
volunteers
志愿者后
will
续
also
将
get
一
them
切
to
登记
the
妥当之
room
后，就引领
to
他们入住，然后
listen
尽
to
量
their
满足他们的诉
needs
求，
and
我
also
们
try our best
帮
to
他们提
fulfill their
醒，
needs.
然后对
And
行动
so
不便的老
especially
人
for
有特殊
elderly
关照，
people,
我
and
们
we
尽量
tried
把他们安排在
to
低层，为他
learn
们进行一个
about
服务，包括他
their
们
living
所缺失
condition,
的
what
物
kind
资，
of
我
the
们都
medicine they need.
尽量的派发到位。我自己亲身上下楼跑了10几趟，就是去一
What
些
kind of the
购发
daily
物资，包括后
necessities
续补充的人员也有
met
物资，然后那么我们就
if
志愿
not
者通过
enough,
跑路
and
去
also
输
help
送
to
到他
get
们
more
所需要的
daily
物资。
necessity
这
to
样
them.
的这些轮椅设备应该也是咱们这儿就是准备的，对吧？也是咱们这儿准备的。
So you could see
这也是
that
捐献的。
the
其实
supplies
从这个
actually is
遇到
also
疫情的前夕啊，
donated
咱们这个华中政府也是提供了一些捐助的通道啊，
by
还是有很多社会各界的这个爱心人士进行了一些捐助。
society, and also could see the wheelchairs also available here.
这个受灾的群众做一个还是一个简单的一个安置的一个工作啊。
And also could see the young kids, they also lived with their families and relocated with their families here. So they arrived this morning, right? So today we could see that a lot of people moving
在所
here.
有的高峰时段，我们志愿
And
者都
also
是
the
轮班
volunteers also
轮
take
流，就是
shift
来回去
to
直
get
到他引导
the
社区，然后配
relocated
发物
people
资，
to do
然
the
后又回来接下一
registration
批受灾
and
群
to
众，然
help
后我
to
们
do
尽
the
量的去协
coordination
调，
work.
然后让群众少跑腿，我们多跑腿。
其实我还了解到，咱们这儿应该还是包括咱们身边呢，还是有不少志愿者的。我看大家其实也都非常的辛苦啊，可能也是。
So we know it's the dinner time.
这个饭点儿呢，我们还是没有紧着工作人员先去用餐哈，还是先由这个受灾的群众先赶紧去用餐，填饱一下肚子。
So we talk about the relocated people.
就转移到一些安全的区域。 然后今天呢，陆陆续续到各个安置点来。
They maybe did not have the chance or time to enjoy a meal.
很多这个扛着这个下凉被的，包括一些
So we're looking at right now still the supplies that arrived at this center. We're looking at actually that the relocated people, they do not need to carry by themselves. That the volunteer help to bring these supplies, the stuff. You could see the bags, you could see the boxes. Actually, volunteers work back and forth. So this is looking at, this is the second batch of the supplies. So around the 3 p.m. and the volunteers, the students, and also the teachers, and also the other volunteers will work together and to bring them to the different rooms. And also for the elderly people, if they have additional needs, and we will also try our best to fulfill their needs. So let's also follow the residents to go to the cafeteria. And the food provided by cafeteria is also free.
了解了一下，今天据我了解啊，今天的菜色还不错，都是学校就是免费准备的。其实，在我们画面的比较远的地方可以看到，还有一些重要的一些保障设备
And
都在
also we could see
这个安
that
置点周
the
边这个正常的
guarantee
运行
trucks
当中。
also in place.
现在是有不断的有这个受灾群众。
So that's the guarantee equipment for emergency situation, also standby, and we still could see that the people still have people just arrived to this center. And here you also could see this is the school's cafeteria, and for each relocated resident,
面前
They
都
right now
有
are
今天的一
enjoying
些
their
提前准备好的一
dinner.
些
They're
菜色，
looking at
像这些大米
rice,
饭呀，包括有
fish,
鱼啊，还有一些
veggie,
青菜，包括
and
还有
also
这个紫
soup,
菜汤等等，都是我们这个提前准备
yogurt.
好的。
They
您的
taste
味道怎么
very
样啊？
nice, very tasty, very tasty.
很好，很好。就大家对现在这个
So you could see that actually they are quite
还是比较满意的，
satisfied,
也可以看到好多这个群众啊，
and
也
they
是
also
向我们的工
express
作
their
人员表达
gratitude
着自己
to
的这
the
种
staff,
积
to the
的情
volunteer.
绪，也是非常的开心。
So
能
this is
给
a
大家一个临时
temporary
安脚的地方，能给大家一个遮风。
shelter relocated place.
我们可以看到，现在还有一些食堂阿姨啊，在给这个工作人这个食堂
So
的
you
工作
could
人
see
员在
as
给
the
现在这个群众打
place they
饭。
could get is soup here.
从这个现在看啊，从我们画面看到这个菜色来讲的话，还是比较不错的。然后
So you could
像这个
see
排
the
队的情
people
况，也可以
lining
看
up
得出来，
here,
大家都是在有秩序的排
and
队当
also
中，
you could
也有不
see
少小朋友
the
跟着他
little
们的家
one
长
with their family, with their
用
parents.
餐排队。
So you
那
could
在
see the
现场呢，也有
yogurt,
不少志愿者在这个引导着秩序。
and
可以
also
看
they
到，
can
除
get
了
hot
像
dishes as well.
普通的一些菜品之外呢，我们食堂还准备了一些像酸奶这样的用品，酸奶这样的饮品，来帮助大家调节一下整
So
个
it's a very balanced
基本的一个
meal
情况，
provided by school.
饮食的一个情况。现在从这个整个食堂的氛围来看，
So far,
我们
according
了
to
解
our
到是整个
knowledge,
安置点是
so
已经
around
接纳了
700
700多名的
the
这个参
people
加的群众。
lived inside,
对，因为陆续
lived
还有
in this
群众
area.
进出，所以我
So
们
we
基本
talk
上已
about
经应收尽收，去尽量的满足我们一个不间断的
that
供应，然后
when
保证
people
人
move
民群
in,
众有
they
饭吃、
can
有热
have
水、
the
有
hot
汤，
food
包括
to
一些
enjoy. They
情绪
can
的安
also
抚，包括我们
have
后
the
续的
shower
4个安排都会
available, and
第一时
so
间安
hot
排到
water
位。
also available here.
那您作为这个志愿者啊，是不是自己也是辛苦的，很难有时间吃饭之类的？
我到现在为止还没有吃一点东西，所以
So for
辛苦但是
volunteers,
值得，
yes,
因
the
为
work
我们
is
得优先
very
坐在群众，
work very
我们
busy.
不能够在这
So
个时候
for
掉链
the
子，我
working
们得
staff,
优
they
先
did
服
not
务我
have
们
time to
群众
eat
去进行
yet.
一个餐食。
其实您是这儿本地人，所以说您对整个家乡的这个情况还是比较揪心的，对吧？
We talk about people quite
对，从
worried.
昨天一直到今天都是心情很沉重，因为
This
确
is
实受
quite
灾的情
the
况挺
severe
严重的。
situation.
还是比较难受，尤其是像您刚刚从这个外地赶回来啊，从外地赶回来，第一时间听说自己的家乡发生了这样的事儿，其实也第一时间也没有逃避啊，就冲到了我们的这个救援，也算是救援的一线吧。
So you could see this kind of the evacuated area. So there are around 4 this kind of the
对，
relocation
包括昨天
centers.
晚上我
So you
0 点
could
的时
see
候
there
下
are a
火
lot
车
of
就没有回家，直接去
volunteers.
了我们幸福中学的安置
So
点，
the
然后进
volunteers
行疏
was
散情况。
arrived
那么
at
今
the
天
yellow
在4点多的
vest.
时候休整了一下，然后今天中午又过来进行一个志愿服务。
整个食堂的情况呢，是大家也在积极的用餐当中。其实我们也了解到，是每天
So for
3
each
餐
day,
都会提
the
前
3
准备好，
meals
而
are
且快准备好
provided
之后，你们
here.
应该会是以什么样的形式去通知大家过来用餐？
首先我们
So we
会有一
have
个整体的
announcement
广播提醒各位
in the
要
radio
用餐了。
broadcast.
那么可能有些老
So
年人
we
因为
talk
听力问
that
题，
say
或者
it's
是旁边
time
没有人
for
照顾，只能
lunch,
坐
for
吃了这
dinner,
几
for
点。那么我
breakfast,
们志
and
愿者
also for the
会
elderly
按楼
people.
层、按房
And
间
if
去
they
提
have
醒
like
各位
the
来食堂
difficulties
用餐，包
or
括有一
their
些特殊情况需要照顾的，
listening,
我们会第
hearing
一
is
时间
not
的去
good, so we
响应，
also
然后
will knock
派出
their
专
door
人
to
去
tell them
类似于送
it's
餐时
okay
到
to
寝室，或
have
者是
a
提
dinner
供
or
额外
lunch
的
or
面包或者
breakfast,
饮料对他
or
们进
we
行一个
will
补充。
provide
也
a
就是说，
meal
如
to
果
them.
行动不方便来食堂用餐的话，你
So
们
we
会
will
就是
also
把这个
deliver
餐
the
食
food
送到
to
点对
their
点，送
room
到这个
for
这个
elderly
房间内，
people.
对吧？
对，这是肯定的。我们绝对满足所有情况，绝对不落下一个群众。我们首先就是保证他们有饭吃，然后不会因此饿肚子之类的。
其实呢，我们也了解到，整个学校现在
So for this
这个职业终
vocational
端呢
school,
还是有少部分的同学还是没有放假的啊，当然大部分同学已经放假了。像这些，但是我们可以看到现场是 就我目光所及的呀，还是很少看到有当这个学校里的学生呢。那也是因为呢，大家也是紧着先把这口饭留给我们的受灾群众吃，先让他们来填饱肚子，然后我们这些志愿者和工作人员再填饱肚子，才能更有。
So you could see that still we leave the room, we leave the whole place for the evacuated residents to enjoy their dinner first. So we talk about our volunteers for the students. You could see that when the students right now also enjoying their summer vacation, so you could see we have more and more students actually join us to do the volunteer work. So we will do our best to guarantee the work going smoothly here in the relocated center. So for this kind of school and this relocated center, we talk about relocation that could happen very fast, but if you talk about like the following up arrangement, we talk about arrival of supplies and delivery of supplies. Actually, there are a lot of really detailed work need to consider. So we talk about this school not just one day. So in the coming days, we could also see as the relocated or evacuated residents move in.
那今天呢，太阳也是非常的热啊。我们刚才也看到好多的这个志愿者呢，也是包括这个罗同学身上也是啊，汗流浃背。
The staffs working very hard.
我也看到啊，现场有非常多的这个矿泉水都是准备在刚才我们第一时间到的那个接待处那儿。也就是说，而且有一个特别贴心的一个点啊，就是说。
And also, once the relocated personnel arrived here, they first get a bottle of water to drink.
口渴的这样一个问题。现在这处安置点呢，也是大家非常关心的。
So this is the situation here in this evacuated center. So right now it accommodates 700 residents, and it will receive a new relocated personnel in coming days.
那现场的情况就是这样。
Hunan firefighting team. Right now we are at the effective area, Tuanzhou village. This is a Tuanzhou township. So when the dike breach happened, we dispatched Changsha team from Changsha, Changde, Zhuzhou, Xiangtan, Hengyang, Xunbao. To prepare for the rescue work, and we dispatched 7 teams, more than 1,017 people, 200 firefighting vehicles, and to support for the rescue work. At 6:58 p.m., the Yueyang team arrived at the scene, and they immediately dispatched the assault boat to search the trapped people, and also it's the evening time, so the rescue work actually is very difficult, especially some people they trapped in the places we did not know. So we started from 6:58 p.m. to 7 a.m. this morning. So far, from the Tuanzhou village, we saved 17 people. So we also worked with the local people to learn more knowledge. So for Tuanzhou Township, it's 6 villages and 1 community. That's the most effective area. So we also to break down the mission to different teams. So the team contact with each the village had. So to learn the knowledge about the village, to know around how many people in that village, and we work the whole night. Work. Up till now, more than 200 people have been safely relocated. And we're also working on the dike reinforcement work. And we also built up that the 4.5 kilometers long the strip as for the reinforcement. And we also work to bring the people's the most needed stuff, and also the valuable stuff from their home. And also we provide lighting services as well in order to ensure that the rescue work safe enough. So we also dispatch a lighting truck as well as other lighting equipment to the scene. And also we guarantee that the communication is smooth enough. And next, we will carry out the research and rescue work. So we'll conduct another large scale of the searching efforts, make sure no one left behind. And also second, we will also work with other teams to reinforce the dike, and we'll also to make sure that a boat's available when people fall into the water, they can be saved. And third, based on the requirement of the command center, and we will also cooperate with other teams to relocate evacuated people. And we talk about that the Dongting Lake, the dike surface actually very narrow. So we talk about the boats or the firefighting trucks, actually quite hard to arrive to the scene. And also we talk about when the emergency situation happened. It happened in the evening, and also the flood flowed very fast. So that also caused additional difficulties to the rescue operation. And we talk about that our trucks actually quite wide and heavy, and when they arrived at the scene, so the vehicles could not get inside, and also the rescue operation started in the evening, and we did not know exactly what's the situation under the water. That also caused difficulties to our rescue operation. So when the places actually we also encountered difficulties in some of the situations, like the snail. We also need to prepare that we keep ourselves safe. from the ADAC bridge rescue place. You could see here the heavy machines actually working very busy at the scene. And we talk about the water level differences already come to the same level. So that also means right now the following up work, like the closure work, actually is create a very favorable condition to carry out this kind of work. And I also could see the trucks, the heavy trucks, loading with rocks. Actually, they're coming here to unload the rocks, and also we could see the excavators also working at the scene. And according to the Yueyang, a flood control and drought relief headwater, and the water difference is just around 0.1 centimeter. And the experts also analyzed the whole situation. And from Changde, Yiren, Changsha, and other places, around the 56,000 rocks allocated to this place. And the experts also evaluate the conditions, and they believe that it is the right time to conduct the following work. So for the following work, that will be the covering work for the reinforcement of the deck, and also we prepare for the closure efforts. So we're looking at the early time that the excavators already worked at the scene. And we talk about that the covering efforts, that's the efforts before the final closure right now is underway. And we also talk about the rescuers. Also working at the scene to reinforce the deck. So we talk about for the reinforcement work, which means we also need to strengthen up that the second line of the defense. So make sure that water, the flood already came into the village, will now go to the other places. So we not only reinforce the first layer or the first line of defense, but we also right now reinforce the second defining line. And we also invite Mr. Xie to introduce more information about the closure work. So far, which step we're working on? Right now, we are strengthening the deck, and we're also building up the platform. So make sure that the heavy trucks or more trucks can work at the same time on this platform. So we also measured the situation about not the lands of the bridge, and we also to prepare the team and also to test the speed of the flow. So right now, more than 300 people working on the scene. So we're working on the both session. So working on the both banks or the both sections. So they build up the platform for the vehicles to work at the larger platform and also to reinforce the deck. And also we're working on the both sides, so the both sides can make that the progress, so they can meet each other at the early day. That means that the closure efforts can happen at the early date. Still, we talk about the deck that for the heavy trucks, for the heavy vehicles, it's very difficult for them to get to the scene because the deck surface is quite narrow. So we talk about the road very narrow, the working surface very limited. So we talk about for the multiple vehicles and multiple heavy equipment. If we want to speed up the rescue efforts, we need to allow that multiple heavy vehicles working at the same time at the same place. So that is why we're also working on building the A surface wider so we could unload rocks. So we're looking at we not really bring the rocks to this water. So we seems like we first make the road surface wider. So right now we first build up that wider working surface, and we also to reinforce the deck. So we talk about that. The sandy structure is not solid enough. We also to do the covering work, which means we use the rock to cover the structure, so it's strong enough, so there will be no like second deck breach happen. So for us, the work is first we need to do the closure work, and also second will be to drain the flood from the village to someone else, so that we will follow the order from the command center. So we could see the heavy vehicles working at the scene. So you could see that we have the equipment also here to help us to measure the information under the water, and we try to know that the terrain under the water, and also to test the velocity of the flow, and also you could see that the heavy vehicles for the rescue and relief efforts. So you could see that the trucks, the excavators, and we also see that the rocks. So for the rocks, actually, they kind of very quickly to fill in the gap to deal with the ADAC bridge issue, and also it's very strong and solid material, and also we build up this a working platform so the rocks can unload here and very quickly put into the place. So of course, on top of our agenda is for the closure task.
钢筋龙、大块石，它都是为了就是为了解决水流比较湍急的问题。
So we talk about the large rocks and also prepared. We talk about for the a large size heavy rocks. They are very strong enough so they will not be brushed away by the flood. So we talk about currently there's no water level differences. So the normal rocks actually can help to do the closure work.
为我们解答这个现在合龙工作中所遇到的一些问题和情况，谢谢主任。好的。
So this is the situation here at the dike bridge working platform.
华容县团州院洞庭湖一级堤防这个溃。
About a deck bridge in Dongting Lake in Huarong County, Central China's Hunan province, and we are right now on board of an emergency working vessel. Just 1 minute before we on air, a truck of these sandy bags just unloaded here. So they will bring these sandy bags to exactly the deck bridge. So we're looking at the sandy bags. You're looking at this. You can see that the straight line here. And right now they are using that package. The packaging actually in automated mode, so that actually is very highly efficient. So that's around 20 to 30 jin per bag. So you could see the small stone actually bring inside this. This is kind of the bag. What's inside of this bag? So we are waiting the next round of the delivery. So looking at here, this inside, there's a machine. So that's the packaging machine here. So you could see here on the left. So there's there's blue, that's the sand getting in. And then the machine will bring the rock into the bag, and then they will seal the bag. So in that every 20 seconds, so a bag of sand ready. So you could see that's really helped to increase efficiency, and that's a good news for the progressing of the closure work. So first you could see here, there's a sandy vessel. That vessel, you could see that a small mountain-shaped sand. For this kind of a sand carrier ships, there's another two this kind of ships. So in Dongting Lake, so far there are 3 sand carrier ships fully loaded with sand, and they're standby. If needed, they will immediately bring the sand to the vessel. In just every 20 seconds, a bag of sand ready. And also for the next step, the firefighters from Hunan or the you could see that the armed police also stand by here to bring the bags to the places. So you could see that the forces right now stand by. So they will bring these bags of sand to the deck bridge place. And at first you could see that they bring the bags to the truck. So they will bring the trucks to bring the sandbags to the truck. So you could see actually this is very fast speed. Wujing and the Hunan armed police dispatched 400 personnel. And one of their mission is here to help to bring the sandy bags to the truck. Right now it's almost 7 p.m. local time. So when the empty truck arrived, and they will bring the sandy bags to the truck. So you may be curious, so how the closure work conduct? So let me show our viewers. So here you could see that's the middle, that's the Dongting Lake on the top, and the bottom, that's the Tuanzhou area. So how the closure work continue. So we talk about two sessions. They need to meet each other in the middle. So by bring the rocks, the sandy bags to the water until they meet each other. So the wets was 220 meters at the noon time. With the afternoon efforts so far, that the length was shortened by 5 meters. And before the closure work, so let's look at the surface of the water. So from our angle, so you could see that this can tell you the wind today is very strong. So you could look at the leaves of the reed. You can tell the wind today is very strong. And also one thing that to notice is that for the Dongting Lake, the deck actually is the flooded in the water, and also the flow actually very quickly touched the a deck that could cause a potential second breach. So that's also something to be noticed. So we're looking at the each side or each section. So the local rescuers that they worked around the clock to build up the additional like arc shape, that working platform. So that working platform can help to widen the area of deck so that the loaded trucks can unload and also can allow multiple trucks working on the same platform. That also can help to increase the efficiency. And you may also would like to ask why we need to wait for the water level to be equal, then we conduct the closure work. So we talk about if that the water differences is really, really big, then the rock can be flushed away very quickly. Then that cannot really play its role as the blocking function. So right now, because there's no difference, then the rock actually can stay solid at the bridge, then that can play the blocking role. And for the a flooded area, that's around 40 kilometers. And that's taking up 92.7% of the total area of this village. So we talk about after the closure, how we deal with the floods inside the village. So they will drain the water out. Right now, the plan is under making, but still right now the top of the agenda is the closure work. We will keep you updated. Please stay tuned. almost 8 p.m., but still you could see everyone still working around the clock. This afternoon, with the water level differences came to zero, that provide a favorable condition for us to carry out the following work. So that's to do more for the final closure. So still right now we could see the length of the bridge was still about 200 meters. I hope our viewers can see some white dots. That's at the other side of the section. So right now these both sides are working around the clock to make sure that they can meet each other at an early date. That's for the closure. So this evening and this kind of the work will still carrying out. And also we could see the armed police also working here, that they will bring that the bags of sand to the truck. And the truck will bring and deliver the sandy bags to the bridge area. So you could see that right now the forces are bringing the sandy bags to the truck. So let's look at where we are now. So you could see here that's the deck bridge area. Right now we are here. So for this area, it's not affected. So this is the area that's affected. So there is a deck in between. area flooded. So that's around 50 at the square kilometers actually is affected. And we could see that the trucks, vehicles keeping arriving here, and also the heavy vehicles also working around the clock. Right now the weather is also helping. And also this afternoon, with the concerted efforts, the differences about the water level already narrowed to zero. So that's also laid a solid foundation. We're creating that favorable condition for everyone, for the forces to carry out the following work. So right now, what they are doing here is they are bringing the bags of sand, bags of small rocks to the empty truck, and then the truck will drive to a bridge area and load it the bags of sand and then come back. So you could see that they will go to this area. So here you could see the right line. So this is the affected area. And this side, right now we are doing everything to guarantee this place stays away from flood. So it's just next to the affected area, and here is even larger places. Right now we are doing everything to make sure this line is safely secured, so ensure there's flood will not flow to the other places. So if you look at here, that's the separation line, and compared to the Dongting Lake, let's say a smaller deck. So talk about the height, talking about the resilience of the deck, not as strong as the key ones. So back in 1996, the same situation happened, as very similar as the situation happened this year. So the flood not only to this area, but also to this area. So from 1996, 20 years after, the bridge not tested by the flood. So for this year, the whole area has suffered the strongest rainfall, and also this small deck right now facing the new challenge, whether that's strong enough against the flood. So make sure that the situation happened in 1996 will not happen again. So the first thing for closure, and also the other job, is to do everything we can to strengthen the deck, make sure the flood not come to that unaffected area. So to guarantee that area stay away from the trouble. So you could see that the rescuers are bringing sandy bags to the truck, to the smaller trucks. So we talk about that the working surface or the dike area actually very small, very narrow. For the main one, the main levee is a little bit wider, but we still talk about if we are approaching to a different deck, especially the one we're talking about as the separation between the two and the flooded area and the unaffected area. That's even smaller working surface. So that is also why that the sandy bags bring to the small trucks and bring to the different places, make sure that we also can enlarge the working platform to allow heavier vehicles, allow the trucks, multiple trucks working at the same time. So we try to show our viewers the Min Deck. So we talk about the Dongting Lake, very close to the lake water area. That's the Min Deck. We talk about that's the first line of defense. And also we talk about that the second deck or the sub deck, that what we talk about, that's the a second line of defense. That is the one we talk about the separation of two different places. So here we could see that the line of lighting, that's emergency lighting. That is what we talk about. The sub deck, that's the second line of defense where we are here. So that's the starting point of that sub deck. So we talk about this is the places that also top of our agenda. So we try to build up, increase the height of the deck or make it strong enough, because that's on the one side of this deck, that's the affected flooded area. On the other side, that's even larger places with people living there. And right now is unaffected. So that's also very important deck. We need to further strengthen it, reinforce it. So we talk about Min Deck, that's very strong. Yes, that's also a flood blocking function. But for the sub deck, actually is not really the key role, is not for blocking flood. But right now, because previously it's more like the territorial separation, it's kind of playing like the separation between two places. That's the sub deck. But right now, that sub deck right now should play the role of flood blocking. So you could see this is a whole line up of all these lightings. That's the emergency purpose. Right now, we could see a lot of people working there to reinforce the resilience of the deck. You could see that the road lights, that's actually just set up for emergency purpose. There's no road lights here. So it's really hard to see that a potential dangerous situation by that's a flashlight. So that is why you could see that's the whole line of lightings. But also you could see people with that a flashlights, they're working there and they work in a line. They actually are doing the inspection work. They are looking at the details to see any linkage happened. So you could see here, that's the flooded area. so that the water differences between two sides, that's around 2 to 3 meters. So which means that the deck should strong enough to handle that water pressure brought by that 2 to 3 meters differences of water level. So we talk about this deck actually not really tested by flood in the past at least 20 years. So you could see this is all line up here of all these emergency lightings. And right now the people working on the deck to first reinforce the structure and also to increase the height of that deck. And also we could see people working in the line to check the linkage. So you could see the surface is like the sand surface, the very sandy surface. So you could see that's the land, you could see that's the surface, you could see. So it has very high concentration of sand. If that's under the big pressure of water, or that's the impact for a prolonged water impact, then the whole structure actually is not strong enough. So which means the water could get through all these sandy structure. So that is why people here also checking the linkage. From the very beginning, that could be just a linkage. You could see here right now the flashlights, they holding hands to check the linkage. So inch by inch to check the linkage. So very first it's just a linkage, and then it developed to like the pipe water enter to the area. So we talk about first maybe the small linkage and then to the piping. And then that's really, really dangerous signal. And from battery pipe, from piping, they develop to the deck bridge. So you could see they searching that even 30 meters away from the deck. So we talk about whether it's that should check that far away. We talk about that the piping actually is very difficult to find it, because we talk about piping not just happened around the deck, that could happen that's even a larger distance. So that is why you could see that the searching range actually is very, very large. So we talk about linkage that could check at a closer distance, but piping, that's need to check even further distance. So we talk about from linkage to piping and to landslide, and then develop to a dike bridge. So for flood rescue and relief, or we talk about that for a very important thing is like we should really find the problem as early as possible. Then that help us to prevent that from a very small hole and then to the big hole, to the bridge. So we could see started from yesterday, that started from yesterday afternoon, and before that the drainage of the floods, we could see that still needs some time. We talk about that the floods that could be drained out, but still they need time. But before that, they still have some days to stay in this kind of situation. So the water differences, that's around 2 to 3 meters. So we talk about that this kind of the checking work. We talk about that linkage checking work that should continue for the following days. We talk about the firefighting team, we talk about the rescue team, we talk about the equipment, we talk about the people from different sectors. They work in their different positions. And we're looking at the main deck. That's a very important work. That's for closure. But also we talk about that these old lightings here, that's emergency lighting, that also tell us that this is a sub deck. We need to guarantee no break happened here. So the people working here around the clock, the day and night, they check linkage, make sure it's not developed from linkage to bridge. So the final closure plan already made out. And right now the experts made a final examination, and within 6 days, they will bring the plan into reality. The fastest is 4 days, but we talk about a closure that's in the following 4 to 7 days. So we will keep you updated. Please always stay tuned.
marine sand and boulders heading to the bridge to fill up the waterway. And now local authorities have been filling up the bridge since this afternoon when we've told that it's expected to take over 100,000 cubic meters of rocks to close the gap. And actually, workers failed to close the gap earlier as floodwaters were too strong. So they had to wait until the water levels inside the flooded area and that of the lake evened out to be able to finally start filling the waterways. And according to the Hunan Provincial Department of Emergency Management, a total area of over 47 square kilometers, covering over 90% of Tuanzhou Township, has been affected, and some 5,700 residents have been evacuated with no reports of any casualties. And local authorities have dispatched 2,100 people and more than 160 ships for the emergency rescue operation, and a total of 1,000 tents, 3,200 folding beds, as well as 3,200 bed settings have been allocated for those being relocated. And as the bridge is being filled up, authorities have also been making great efforts to reinforce an embankment that separates Tuanzhou Township from nearby towns and cities. Jiayang.
And Tambo, as you're speaking, we're looking at these shocking images. A big task ahead. Thank you so much, reporter on the way to Dongting Lake. Now, on Friday afternoon, a severe tornado hit Dongming, 5 people there and injuring 83 others. Preliminary reviews are showing that over 2,800 houses were damaged, as well as 4,000 hectares of farmland and 48 power lines. And disaster relief work is ongoing. Government departments at all provincial, city and county levels took quick action to carry out relief work and organize medical experts to treat the injured. At the same time, teams were dispatched to check each household and to transfer and resettle those affected. They have conducted a comprehensive survey of the damage to residents' houses and infrastructure. Authorities say roads, power, water and communications in the area have been restored.